In the mists of time, when dragons ruled the skies and mortals cowered beneath their shadow, there emerged a figure whose name would echo through the ages like a whispered curse. This is the story of Miraak, the first Dragonborn, a tale so steeped in ambition and betrayal that it shaped the very foundations of Tamriel itself. Long before the last Dragonborn would walk the snowy peaks of Skyrim, long before Alduin's return would threaten to unmake the world, there was another who bore the dragon's gift. His name was Miraak, and his story begins in an age when the line between God and mortal was drawn in dragon's blood. Tonight, as you settle into the comfort of your bed, let me take you on a journey through the forgotten chapters of Elder Scrolls lore. We'll venture into the shadowed realm of Apocrypha, walk the cursed halls of ancient temples, and uncover the truth behind the first mortal to ever shout with the voice of dragons. This is a story of power corrupted, of knowledge pursued at any cost, and of a Dragonborn who chose servitude to darkness over freedom in the light. The tale we're about to unfold spans millennia, reaching back to the Dragon War itself, when the world was young and the Thuum was the domain of dragons alone. It's a story that begins with heroism and ends in damnation, a cautionary tale about the price of absolute power and the seductive whisper of forbidden knowledge. So close your eyes, let your breathing slow, and allow yourself to drift into the ancient world of the Merethic era, where our story truly begins. In those distant days, when the Nords were still learning to forge their destiny in the harsh northern lands, when the dragon cult held dominion over mortal souls, a young priest named Miraak would discover within himself a power that would change everything. Picture, if you will, the rolling hills of ancient Atmora, shrouded in perpetual twilight and bitter cold. This was the homeland of the Nords before they crossed the Sea of Ghosts to settle in Skyrim. It was a land of warriors and survivors, where only the strongest could endure the harsh winters and the constant threat of civil war. From this unforgiving realm came the ancestors of those who would one day call themselves the Children of Skyrim. The migration to Skyrim began slowly, with small groups of Atmaran refugees fleeing the bitter civil wars that consumed their homeland. These early settlers found a land both beautiful and terrible, filled with ancient forests, towering mountains, and creatures both wondrous and deadly. But most significantly, they found a land already ruled by dragons. The dragons of Skyrim were not mere beasts, but beings of immense intelligence and power, worshipped as gods by the native population. They had established what would become known as the dragon cult, a religious hierarchy that placed dragons at the apex of all creation. Mortals were expected to serve, to worship, and to obey without question. The Thuum, the ancient art of dragon shouts, was their exclusive domain, a power so sacred that for mortals to even attempt, it was considered the highest blasphemy. Yet in this world of rigid hierarchy and divine tyranny, something unprecedented occurred. Among the priests of the dragon cult, those mortals who served as intermediaries between the dragon lords and their worshippers, one individual began to manifest abilities that should have been impossible. This priest, known to history as Miraak, discovered within himself the power to shout. The revelation of Miraak's abilities sent shockwaves through the established order. Here was a mortal who could speak with the voice of dragons, who could bend reality itself with nothing more than spoken words. The implications were staggering. If one mortal could learn the Thuum, what did that mean for the dragon's claimed monopoly on divine power? Miraak's fellow priests watched in awe and terror as he demonstrated abilities that defied everything they had been taught to believe. He could shout objects across great distances, summon winds that could knock a grown man from his feet, and speak words of power that resonated with the very fabric of existence. The dragons, for their part, were divided in their response to this unprecedented development. Some saw Miraak as an abomination, a mortal who had overstepped the bounds of his station and needed to be destroyed before his heretical abilities could spread to others. Others, however, recognized something different in the young priest. They saw not just a mortal with stolen power, but something entirely new. A being who was both mortal and dragon, human and divine. It was during this time of uncertainty and wonder that the true nature of Miraak's gift became apparent. He was not simply a mortal who had learned to mimic dragon speech. He was something far more significant. He was Dragonborn. This revelation changed everything, for it meant that Miraak was not stealing power from the dragons, but rather expressing a birthright that was as much his as theirs. The concept of Dragonborn was not entirely unknown to the ancient world, though it was rarely understood in its full implications. Legends spoke of mortals blessed by Akatosh, the dragon god of time, with the soul of a dragon trapped within a mortal body. These individuals could learn the Thu'um not through years of study and meditation, as mortals might eventually accomplish, but instinctively, as naturally as dragons themselves. Miraak's abilities grew at an unprecedented rate. What took dragons decades to master, he accomplished in months. His understanding of the Thu'um deepened with each passing day, and soon he began to develop shouts that were uniquely his own, combinations of words and concepts that even ancient dragons had never conceived. The dragon cult, already struggling to maintain order in the face of growing Nord independence movements, found itself facing an even greater crisis. How could they maintain the doctrine of dragon supremacy when one of their own priests wielded power that rivaled that of their draconic masters? Some within the cult saw Miraak as a sign of divine favor, proof that the dragon's power could be shared with worthy mortals. Others viewed him as a dangerous heretic whose very existence threatened the foundations of their faith. As Miraak's reputation spread, so too did the whispers of rebellion among the Nordic population. If a mortal could wield the Thu'um, then perhaps the dragons were not as godlike as they claimed. Perhaps the time had come for mortals to claim their own destiny, free from draconic tyranny. These whispers would eventually grow into the roar of the Dragon War, but that conflict still lay in the future. For now, Miraak found himself in a unique position. He was still nominally a priest of the dragon cult, yet his abilities set him apart from both mortals and dragons. He walked a fine line between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. This isolation would prove to be both his strength and his ultimate weakness. The dragons, faced with this unprecedented situation, made a decision that would echo through the ages. Rather than destroy Miraak or cast him out, they chose to embrace him, to make him one of their own. They granted him the title of Dragon Priest, elevating him above his mortal colleagues and acknowledging his unique status. But this acceptance came with a price, for it also bound him more closely to the cult and its hierarchies. As a Dragon Priest, Miraak was given dominion over his own temple and a following of devoted worshippers. His temple, located on the island of Solstheim, became a center of learning and power. Here, Miraak delved deeper into the mysteries of the Thu'um, exploring combinations of shouts that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible. The temple itself was a marvel of ancient architecture, carved from black stone and adorned with dragon motifs that seemed to writhe and move in the flickering torchlight. At its heart lay Miraak's sanctum, a chamber where he conducted his most dangerous experiments with the voice. The walls of this room were inscribed with Thu'um combinations in the dragon language, each one a testament to Miraak's growing mastery. It was in this sanctum that Miraak first began to question the nature of power itself. The dragons had granted him status and recognition, but they had also made it clear that he was still subordinate to them. Despite his abilities, despite his unique nature as Dragonborn, he was expected to serve, to obey, to accept his place in the hierarchy they had established. This expectation chafed against Miraak's growing sense of his own potential. If he was truly Dragonborn, if he possessed a dragon's soul within a mortal body, then why should he be content to serve those who were, in essence, his equals? The question gnawed at him, growing stronger with each passing day as his power continued to expand. The turning point came when Miraak encountered the writings of Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric prince of knowledge and fate. These ancient texts, hidden in the deepest vaults of his temple, spoke of power beyond imagination, of secrets that could reshape reality itself. They promised knowledge that even the dragons did not possess, wisdom that could elevate a mortal to godhood. Hermaeus Mora, known to mortals as the Demon of Knowledge, was one of the most enigmatic of the Daedric princes. His realm, Apocrypha, was said to contain every secret that had ever been discovered, every piece of forbidden knowledge that mortals and immortals alike had sought to hide. The prince appeared to mortals as a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes, a being whose very form suggested the alien nature of the knowledge he possessed. The texts that Miraak discovered were not complete works, but fragments, tantalizing glimpses of greater truths that lay hidden in Apocrypha itself. They spoke of the dragon language, not merely as a tool for shouts, but as a fundamental force of creation, a power that could be used to rewrite the very laws of reality. They hinted at techniques that could grant immortality, omniscience, and dominion over all existence. For Miraak, these fragments were like glimpses of paradise. Here was knowledge that could free him from the constraints of mortality, that could elevate him beyond the petty hierarchies of both dragons and men. He began to study these texts obsessively, spending days and nights in his sanctum, piecing together the fragments of forbidden wisdom. As his understanding grew, so too did his ambition. Why should he content himself with serving the dragons when he could surpass them entirely? Why should he accept the limitations of mortality when immortality was within his grasp? The seeds of rebellion, planted by his growing power, began to take root in earnest. The other dragon priests, sensing the change in their colleague, grew increasingly wary of Miraak. His behavior became more secretive, his experiments more dangerous. Strange energies began to emanate from his temple, and his followers spoke in hushed tones of visions and revelations that their master had begun to share with them. These visions spoke of a new age, a time when mortals would no longer bow before dragons, when the Thuum would be free for all to learn and master. Miraak began to preach a doctrine of liberation, though he was careful to couch his words in terms that would not immediately alarm his draconic overseers. He spoke of fulfilling mortal potential, of rising to meet the dragons as equals rather than servants. But beneath these carefully chosen words lay a more radical vision. Miraak had begun to see himself not as a servant of the dragons, but as their destined successor. The knowledge he had gleaned from Hermaeus Mora's texts convinced him that he was meant for something greater than mere priesthood. He was the first Dragonborn, the bridge between mortal and divine, and it was his destiny to rule over both. This growing megalomania did not go entirely unnoticed. Some of the more perceptive dragons began to sense the change in their erstwhile priest. They noted the subtle shifts in his demeanor, the way his eyes gleamed with barely contained ambition, the manner in which he spoke of the future with a certainty that suggested knowledge beyond what he should possess. Yet for all their suspicions, the dragons hesitated to act directly against Miraak. His power had grown considerably, and his mastery of the Thuum now rivaled that of many of their number. Moreover, his status as Dragonborn gave him a legitimate claim to respect and consideration. To move against him without clear cause would risk alienating other dragon priests and potentially destabilizing the entire cult structure. This hesitation would prove to be a critical mistake, for it gave Miraak the time he needed to make contact with Hermaeus Mora directly. The Daedric prince, ever eager to add new knowledge to his vast collection, was intrigued by the First Dragonborn and the unique perspective he could offer. Here was a being who straddled the line between mortal and divine, who could provide insights that neither humans nor dragons possessed. The bargain that Miraak struck with Hermaeus Mora would define the rest of his existence and set in motion events that would echo through the ages. In exchange for access to the prince's vast libraries of forbidden knowledge, Miraak agreed to serve as Hermaeus Mora's champion in the mortal world. The price seemed small at the time, a minor commitment in exchange for power beyond imagination. But as Miraak would eventually learn, no bargain with a Daedric prince is ever as simple as it appears. Hermaeus Mora's gifts came with chains attached, invisible bonds that would gradually tighten around the First Dragonborn until escape became impossible. The pursuit of ultimate knowledge would become an obsession, then a compulsion, and finally a prison from which there would be no escape. For now, however, Miraak reveled in his newfound access to Apocrypha's secrets. The realm of Hermaeus Mora was unlike anything he had ever imagined, a vast library that existed outside the normal flow of time and space. Here, books floated through the air like living things, their pages filled with secrets that could drive lesser minds to madness. Tentacles writhed through the darkness, and eyes watched from every shadow, observing and recording every moment of discovery. In this alien realm, Miraak learned techniques of the Thuum that no dragon had ever conceived. He discovered how to bend shouts to his will in ways that transcended their original purposes, how to combine them in sequences that created entirely new effects. Most importantly, he learned how to use the Thuum not just as a weapon or tool, but as a means of imposing his will upon reality itself. Armed with this forbidden knowledge, Miraak returned to the mortal world a changed being. His power had grown exponentially, but so too had his ambition and his contempt for those he now saw as his inferiors. The stage was set for a confrontation that would shake the foundations of the world and birth legends that would endure until the end of time. The transformation that Miraak underwent during his time in Apocrypha was as profound as it was terrifying. When he first crossed the threshold into Hermaeus Mora's realm, he was still recognizably the priest who had served in the dragon cult, albeit one touched by unprecedented power. When he emerged, something fundamental had changed within him, something that went beyond mere knowledge or ability. The forbidden texts of Apocrypha had shown him visions of possibility that stretched far beyond the confines of his mortal understanding. He had seen the threads of fate that bound all living things, witnessed the delicate balance of forces that held reality together, and learned how those forces might be manipulated by one with sufficient will and knowledge. Most crucially, he had come to understand that the dragon's dominion over mortals was not a divine mandate, but simply an accident of timing and circumstance. In the writhing halls of Hermaeus Mora's domain, surrounded by tomes that whispered secrets in languages that predated creation itself, Miraak had experienced revelations that fundamentally altered his perception of existence. He saw how the Thuum was not merely a tool for dragons to command, but a fundamental force of creation that could be wielded by any being with the proper understanding. He learned that reality itself was malleable, that the laws governing existence were more like suggestions that could be overruled by sufficient application of will and knowledge. These insights filled Miraak with a sense of purpose that bordered on religious fervor. He began to see himself not as a rebel against the established order, but as an agent of cosmic correction. The dragons had hoarded power that rightfully belonged to all thinking beings. They had established a hierarchy based on nothing more than their early mastery of forces that others could learn to wield just as effectively. The knowledge he gained in Apocrypha also revealed to him the true nature of his dragonborn heritage. He learned that he was not merely a mortal blessed with a dragon's soul, but something far more significant. He was a living bridge between different states of existence, a being capable of understanding and manipulating the fundamental forces that shaped reality. This understanding brought with it a terrible sense of isolation, for he realized that there were none like him in all the world. When Miraak returned to his temple on Solstheim, his followers immediately sensed the change in their master. Where once he had been powerful, but still recognizably mortal, now he seemed to exist on a different plane entirely. His eyes held depths that suggested knowledge of things beyond mortal comprehension, and his voice carried harmonics that resonated with reality itself. When he spoke, the very air seemed to listen and obey. The other dragon priests, already suspicious of Miraak's growing independence, were alarmed by this transformation. They could sense the alien power that now flowed through him, could feel the way reality seemed to bend around his presence. Several attempted to confront him directly, demanding to know what dark arts he had been practicing in the depths of his sanctum. Miraak's response to these confrontations revealed just how far he had traveled from his origins as a simple priest. Rather than offering explanations or seeking to justify his actions, he simply demonstrated the futility of opposing him. With words of power that none had heard before, he stripped away the magical protections of his interrogators, leaving them vulnerable and exposed. He showed them visions of the knowledge he had gained, glimpses of apocrypha that left several of them gibbering in terror. These displays of power served a dual purpose. They established Miraak's dominance over his fellow priests, while also beginning the process of recruitment that would be essential to his plans. Some of the dragon priests, witnessing the scope of Miraak's abilities, chose to align themselves with him rather than risk his displeasure. Others fled to warn their draconic masters of the growing threat in their midst. The dragon's response to these warnings was swift, but ultimately inadequate. They had grown complacent during their long dominion over mortals, secure in their belief that no mortal could truly challenge their supremacy. When they learned of Miraak's transformation, many dismissed it as impossible or exaggerated. How could a mere priest, no matter how gifted, pose a genuine threat to beings who had ruled since the dawn of time? This dismissive attitude proved to be a crucial error in judgment. The dragons who ventured to Solstheim to investigate the reports found themselves facing a being whose power had grown beyond their ability to comprehend or counter. Miraak's mastery of the Thu'um now incorporated techniques and combinations that were completely alien to dragon understanding. He wielded shouts that could bend time and space, that could reach across vast distances to strike at enemies, that could manipulate the very fabric of existence. The first dragon to challenge Miraak directly was an ancient red worm named Cruziquel, whose name meant ancient rage in the dragon tongue. Cruziquel had served as one of the primary enforcers of dragon authority, a being whose very presence could reduce mortal armies to fleeing rabble. When he descended upon Miraak's temple, breathing flames hot enough to melt stone, he expected to face a powerful but ultimately mortal opponent. Instead, he found himself confronting something that defied every assumption he had made about the nature of power and authority. Miraak did not flee or cower before the dragon's might. Instead, he stood calmly in the courtyard of his temple and spoke a single word in the dragon language, a word that Cruziquel had never heard before, but whose meaning resonated through his very being. The effect was immediate and devastating. Cruziquel found his own Thu'um turned against him, his dragonfire redirected back toward his own body. The ancient shouts that he had mastered over millennia suddenly felt clumsy and primitive compared to the elegant devastation that Miraak wielded. Within moments, the great dragon lay broken in the courtyard, his body twisted and his mind shattered by forces he could not understand. But Miraak was not content merely to defeat his opponent. As Cruziquel lay dying, the First Dragonborn approached and placed his hand upon the dragon's great head. What happened next would become one of the most terrifying legends of the age. Miraak began to absorb the dragon's soul, drawing its essence into himself not through the natural process by which Dragonborn typically gained power, but through a perverted ritual that allowed him to claim not just the dragon's knowledge and strength, but its very identity. The process was agonizing for Cruzikrel, who remained conscious throughout the absorption. He could feel his memories, his experiences, his very sense of self being drawn into Miraak's being. It was a violation that went beyond mere death, a consumption that left nothing behind but an empty shell. When the process was complete, Miraak possessed not only Cruzikrel's power, but also his memories, his understanding of dragon society, and his knowledge of their weaknesses. This act of soul consumption sent shockwaves through the dragon community. They had always known that Dragonborn could absorb dragon souls upon death, but what Miraak had done went far beyond that natural process. He had not simply gained power from a fallen enemy. He had completely consumed another being's existence, adding it to his own in a way that suggested abilities bordering on the divine. Word of Cruzikrel's fate spread quickly among both dragons and mortals. For the dragons, it represented a threat unlike any they had faced before. Here was a being who could not only match their power, but could actually grow stronger by consuming their essence. For mortals, particularly those already chafing under draconic rule, it was a sign that the age of dragon supremacy might finally be coming to an end. Miraak, now enhanced by Cruzikrel's absorbed soul, began to move more openly against the established order. He sent messengers throughout Skyrim and beyond, carrying word of his victory and his vision for a new age. These messages spoke of liberation from draconic tyranny, of a time when mortals would be free to reach their full potential without the constraints imposed by their supposed divine masters. The response to these messages was mixed but significant. In many regions where draconic rule was particularly harsh, Miraak's words found fertile ground among populations that had long yearned for freedom. Secret gatherings began to form, groups of mortals who met in hidden places to discuss the possibility of rebellion. The Thuum, once the exclusive province of dragons and their priests, began to be practiced in secret by mortals who had learned fragments of the art through various means. These developments alarmed the dragon cult's leadership, who recognized that their entire system of control was being undermined. They began to implement increasingly harsh measures to suppress any sign of rebellion, conducting raids on suspected gatherings and punishing anyone found practicing the Thuum without authorization. These crackdowns, however, only served to fuel further resentment and drive the nascent rebellion underground. Meanwhile, Miraak continued his studies of the forbidden knowledge contained in Hermaeus Mora's realm. Each visit to Apocrypha brought new insights and abilities, but also deepened his dependence on the Daedric Prince's favor. He began to realize that the knowledge he sought came with invisible chains, that each secret revealed bound him more tightly to Mora's service. Yet the lure of ultimate power was too strong to resist, and he continued to delve deeper into the alien wisdom of the Prince of Knowledge. During one particularly significant journey to Apocrypha, Miraak discovered texts that spoke of the dragon wars that were to come. He learned that his rebellion was not an isolated event, but part of a larger pattern that would eventually lead to the overthrow of draconic rule throughout Tamriel. This knowledge filled him with a sense of vindication, confirming his belief that he was an agent of necessary change rather than a mere rebel. However, these same texts also revealed disturbing truths about his own fate. Hermaeus Mora's records suggested that Miraak's rebellion would ultimately fail, that he would be defeated and bound to serve the Daedric Prince for eternity. This prophecy troubled Miraak deeply, for he had come to see himself as destined for greatness rather than servitude. Yet he could not determine whether these writings represented inevitable fate or merely one possible future among many. The uncertainty regarding his ultimate destiny drove Miraak to pursue power with even greater desperation. He began conducting experiments that pushed the boundaries of what was possible, even with forbidden knowledge. He sought to create new forms of the Thu'um that would transcend the limitations of both mortal and dragon understanding. Techniques that would allow him to reshape reality according to his will. These experiments often took place in the deepest chambers of his temple, in rooms that had been altered by exposure to Apocrypha's influence until they barely resembled anything from the mortal world. Here, surrounded by floating tomes and writhing tentacles that served as conduits to Hermaeus Mora's realm, Miraak pushed himself to the very limits of sanity and power. His followers, witnessing these increasingly alien rituals, began to change as well. Prolonged exposure to the energies that Miraak channeled left its mark on their minds and bodies. Some developed the ability to see through the barriers between realms, perceiving glimpses of Apocrypha even while remaining in the mortal world. Others found their understanding of language and meaning fundamentally altered, allowing them to comprehend concepts that would have driven ordinary minds to madness. These transformed followers became Miraak's most devoted servants, bound to him not just by loyalty, but by their shared exposure to forces beyond mortal comprehension. They served as his agents throughout Skyrim and beyond, spreading his teachings and recruiting others to his cause. Their alien knowledge and abilities made them formidable opponents for the dragon cult's traditional enforcers. As Miraak's influence spread and his power grew, the dragons finally began to take the threat he represented seriously. They convened great councils to discuss how to respond to this unprecedented challenge to their authority. Some advocated for immediate military action, arguing that Miraak should be destroyed before his rebellion could spread further. Others counseled patience, believing that his mortal nature would eventually lead to his downfall without their direct intervention. The debates among the dragons revealed deep divisions within their society. Younger dragons, particularly those who had witnessed Miraak's power firsthand, argued that traditional approaches would not be sufficient to defeat him. They advocated for learning and adopting some of his techniques, for evolving their own understanding of the Thu'um to match his innovations. Older dragons, however, viewed such suggestions as heretical, maintaining that their ancient ways were superior to any mortal innovations. These internal conflicts weakened the dragon's response to Miraak's growing threat, allowing him precious time to consolidate his power and expand his influence. He used this time wisely, establishing hidden strongholds throughout northern Tamriel and training cadres of mortal followers in the use of the Thu'um. His network of supporters grew to include not just disaffected peasants and slaves, but also nobles and warriors who had grown tired of draconic domination. The transformation of these followers was a testament to Miraak's growing mastery of forces beyond conventional understanding. Where traditional dragon priests required years of study and meditation to master even basic shouts, Miraak's students achieved remarkable proficiency in mere months. This accelerated learning was possible because Miraak had discovered ways to directly implant knowledge and ability into willing minds, techniques derived from his studies of Hermaeus Mora's methods of information transfer. However, these rapid advances came at a cost that would not become apparent until much later. The knowledge that Miraak shared with his followers was not purely his own, but was contaminated with influences from Apocrypha. Each student who learned from him became subtly connected to Hermaeus Mora's realm, creating a network of minds that could be influenced by the Daedric prince's will. In effect, Miraak was unknowingly building an army not just for his own rebellion, but for Mora's long-term plans. The stage was now set for the confrontation that would determine the fate of the First Dragonborn and shape the course of history for millennia to come. Miraak's power had grown beyond what anyone had thought possible for a mortal being. Yet he remained bound by chains of his own forging to a master whose true intentions remained hidden in shadow. The dragons, finally recognizing the magnitude of the threat they faced, began to marshal their full strength for what they knew would be the battle of their age. As the shadows lengthened across ancient Skyrim and the first hints of winter touched the northern peaks, Miraak stood upon the highest tower of his temple, gazing out across the dark waters that separated Solstheim from the mainland. The weight of destiny pressed upon his shoulders like a physical force, and he could feel the threads of fate converging around him with each passing day. In the distance, storm clouds gathered on the horizon, their dark masses swirling with an energy that seemed to mirror the turmoil brewing in his own soul. The transformation he had undergone since first touching the forbidden knowledge of Apocrypha had changed him in ways that went far beyond mere power. Where once he had been driven by ambition and the desire for recognition, now he was consumed by a vision of cosmic justice that transcended mortal understanding. He saw himself as an instrument of inevitable change, a force of nature as unstoppable as the turning of the seasons or the movement of the stars. Yet beneath this grandiose self-perception lay currents of doubt that he struggled to suppress. The prophecies he had read in Hermaeus Mora's vast libraries spoke of endings as well as beginnings, of prices that must be paid for the power he had claimed. Each visit to Apocrypha left him more deeply entwined with the Daedric Prince's designs, and he began to suspect that his rebellion against the dragons might be serving purposes he had never intended. The whispers that reached him from across Tamriel spoke of growing unrest among the mortal populations. His message of liberation had taken root in the hearts of countless souls who had grown weary of draconic tyranny. Secret schools of the Thuum had sprung up in hidden valleys and forgotten ruins, where mortals gathered to learn the ancient art that had once been forbidden to them. These clandestine practitioners looked to Miraak as their liberator and guide, never suspecting the dark forces that had shaped his transformation. In the great halls of his temple, Miraak's most devoted followers had begun to change in ways that even he found disturbing. Prolonged exposure to the energies that flowed between the mortal world and Apocrypha had left its mark upon their minds and bodies. Some developed eyes that reflected depths of knowledge no mortal should possess, while others spoke in tongues that seemed to bypass normal language entirely, communicating concepts directly from mind to mind. These transformed disciples served as conduits through which Miraak could extend his influence across vast distances. Through their altered perceptions, he could see events unfolding throughout Skyrim and beyond, witnessing the growing tensions between dragons and mortals that would soon erupt into open warfare. He watched as young Nords practiced forbidden shouts in moonlit clearings, as dragon priests struggled to maintain order in increasingly rebellious settlements, as ancient worms stirred from their slumber to address threats they had never before imagined. The dragons themselves had finally begun to comprehend the true scope of the challenge they faced. No longer could they dismiss Miraak as merely an ambitious priest who had overstepped his bounds. The absorption of Cruzikrel's soul had demonstrated abilities that fundamentally challenged their understanding of how power worked in the world. If Miraak could consume the essence of dragons and add their strength to his own, then every victory he achieved would make him exponentially more dangerous. In response to this unprecedented threat, the dragons began to implement strategies they had not used since the earliest days of their dominion. Ancient pacts were renewed, forgotten alliances were reforged, and worms who had not spoken to each other for centuries put aside their differences to face the common enemy. They began to share knowledge and techniques that had previously been closely guarded secrets, recognizing that traditional approaches would not be sufficient to defeat an opponent who could turn their own power against them. The most significant of these developments was the decision to awaken dragons, who had entered the deep sleep known as the Long Slumber. These ancient beings, some of whom had not stirred since the early days of the Merethic era, possessed knowledge and abilities that even their active brethren had forgotten. Their awakening sent tremors through the earth itself, as beings of immense power returned to consciousness after millennia of dormancy. Chief among these awakened ancients was Alduin himself, though the World Eater's involvement in the conflict against Miraak would remain largely hidden from mortal eyes. The great black dragon recognized in the First Dragonborn a threat not just to draconic supremacy, but to the very order of existence itself. Miraak's growing power and his connection to forces beyond the mortal realm represented a wild card that could disrupt carefully laid plans spanning eons. Yet even as the dragons marshaled their full might against him, Miraak continued to delve deeper into the mysteries contained within Hermaeus Mora's realm. Each journey to Apocrypha brought new revelations and abilities, but also deepened his understanding of the price he was paying for such knowledge. He began to realize that every secret revealed came with invisible chains, that each technique mastered bound him more tightly to the Daedric Prince's service. The architecture of his temple began to reflect this growing entanglement with alien forces. Corridors that had once followed logical patterns now twisted through impossible angles, leading to chambers that seemed to exist partially in Apocrypha itself. Books floated through the air like living things, their pages filled with text that changed depending on who observed it. Tentacles of pure knowledge writhed through the shadows, serving as conduits for information that flowed directly from Hermaeus Mora's infinite libraries. In the deepest sanctum of the temple, Miraak conducted experiments that pushed the boundaries of what was possible even with forbidden knowledge. He sought to create new forms of the Thu'um that would transcend the limitations of both mortal and dragon understanding, techniques that would allow him to reshape reality according to his will. These attempts often required him to partially merge his consciousness with that of Hermaeus Mora, experiencing firsthand the alien perspective of a being for whom all knowledge was simultaneously present and accessible. During one such experiment, Miraak achieved a breakthrough that would define the final phase of his rebellion. He discovered how to weave his Thu'um not just through the fabric of physical reality, but through time itself. This temporal manipulation allowed him to perceive events across multiple timelines simultaneously, seeing not just what was, but what could be and what must be. The revelation was intoxicating, for it seemed to offer the possibility of rewriting history itself to ensure his ultimate victory. However, this new ability came with a terrible cost. The strain of perceiving multiple timelines simultaneously began to fragment Miraak's consciousness, creating versions of himself that existed across different possibilities. Some of these alternate selves had never rebelled against the dragons, while others had achieved godhood through different means. The boundaries between these various iterations of his existence began to blur, leaving him uncertain which timeline represented his true reality. This temporal fragmentation also attracted the attention of forces beyond even Hermaeus Mora's influence. The Aedra, those divine beings who had sacrificed themselves to create the mortal world, began to take notice of the disruptions Miraak was causing to the fabric of time. His experiments threatened to unravel the careful balance they had established, potentially destroying not just the current timeline, but all possible futures. The intervention of these higher powers manifested in subtle but significant ways. Events that should have favored Miraak's cause began to turn against him through seemingly random chance. Messages that should have reached his followers were intercepted or lost. Supplies meant for his strongholds were delayed or destroyed by natural disasters. Most significantly, the flow of knowledge from Apocrypha began to carry warnings and restrictions that had not been present before. Hermaeus Mora himself seemed torn between his desire to preserve his champion and his recognition that Miraak's experiments were drawing unwanted attention from forces that even a Daedric prince preferred not to antagonize. The Prince of Knowledge began to subtly redirect Miraak's research, steering him away from temporal manipulation and toward techniques that would be less likely to provoke divine intervention. Yet Miraak's hunger for power had grown beyond his ability to control. The visions of ultimate mastery that had driven him since his first encounter with forbidden knowledge now consumed his thoughts entirely. He began to see opposition to his plans not as legitimate resistance, but as evidence of a cosmic conspiracy designed to deny him his rightful place as ruler of all existence. This paranoid worldview extended to his relationships with his own followers. Where once he had valued their loyalty and dedication, now he saw them primarily as tools to be used in pursuit of his goals. He began to conduct experiments on them similar to those he performed on himself, seeking to enhance their abilities while binding them ever more tightly to his will. Many of these disciples welcomed such treatment, viewing it as evidence of their master's favor and a path to their own transcendence. The transformations that resulted from these experiments created beings that were neither fully mortal nor entirely something else. They retained their basic physical forms, but their minds had been altered to accommodate knowledge and perspectives that no mortal consciousness should contain. These enhanced followers served as extensions of Miraak's will, capable of channeling his power across vast distances and implementing his commands with perfect precision. Through this network of transformed disciples, Miraak began to implement a strategy that went far beyond simple rebellion against draconic rule. He sought to fundamentally restructure the nature of reality itself, creating a world in which he would stand at the apex of all existence as an omniscient and omnipotent deity. The mortals who had initially supported him as a liberator would find themselves serving a master far more demanding and absolute than any dragon had ever been. The dragons, observing these developments through their own networks of spies and informants, realized that they faced a threat that transcended their traditional understanding of conflict. This was not merely a rebellion to be suppressed, but an attempt to rewrite the fundamental laws that governed existence itself. If Miraak succeeded in his ultimate goals, the world they had known for millennia would cease to exist, replaced by something shaped entirely according to his will. In response to this existential threat, the dragons made a decision that would have been unthinkable under any other circumstances. They began to reach out to mortal populations, offering alliances and partnerships that would have been impossible during the height of their supremacist rule. Some dragons even began to teach selected mortals the Thuum directly, recognizing that they would need all possible allies in the coming confrontation. These overtures were met with mixed responses from mortal communities. Some welcomed the opportunity to forge new relationships with their former oppressors, seeing it as a chance to achieve the freedom they had long desired through cooperation rather than rebellion. Others remained suspicious of draconic motives, believing that any alliance would ultimately serve dragon interests rather than mortal ones. The complexity of these shifting allegiances created opportunities that Miraak was quick to exploit. He sent agents throughout the lands to sow discord and mistrust, ensuring that potential alliances between dragons and mortals would be fragile and prone to collapse. His message to mortal populations was carefully crafted to appeal to their deepest desires, while hiding the true cost of his patronage. To those who felt oppressed by draconic rule, he offered complete liberation and the power to determine their own destinies. To those who hungered for knowledge, he promised access to secrets that would unlock the mysteries of existence itself. To those who feared death, he held out the possibility of immortality through service to a master who had transcended the limitations of mortality. These promises were not entirely false, for Miraak did possess the power to grant many of the things he offered. However, he carefully concealed the fact that such gifts came with prices that would ultimately prove far more costly than continued servitude to the dragons. Those who accepted his patronage found themselves bound to his will in ways that made their previous constraints seem like perfect freedom by comparison. As winter deepened across the northern lands and the year moved toward its darkest days, the stage was set for a confrontation that would determine not just the fate of dragons and mortals, but the very nature of reality itself. Miraak stood at the center of forces beyond mortal comprehension, wielding power that rivaled that of the gods themselves while remaining bound by chains he had forged through his own choices. The dragons, united by necessity against a threat that transcended their traditional rivalries, prepared for a battle unlike any they had fought before. They knew that victory would require not just strength and cunning, but a willingness to sacrifice everything they had built over millennia of dominion. The world they had known was ending, and what would emerge from the ashes of the coming conflict remained shrouded in uncertainty. In the deepest chambers of his temple, surrounded by floating tomes and writhing tentacles that served as conduits to alien realms, Miraak made his final preparations for the war that would define his legacy. He could feel the weight of destiny pressing upon him, the convergence of forces that would either elevate him to godhood or destroy him utterly. The choice, he believed, was his to make, though the influence of powers beyond his understanding continued to shape his path in ways he had yet to comprehend. The First Dragonborn stood upon the threshold of his greatest triumph or his ultimate downfall, and the echoes of his decision would resonate through the ages, shaping the destiny of all who would come after him. The ancient texts speak of moments when the very fabric of reality trembles beneath the weight of destiny, and such a moment had arrived as the darkness of winter settled over the northern lands. The convergence of forces that had been building for months was about to reach its inevitable climax, and all who dwelt in the shadow of dragons could sense that the age they had known was drawing to its end. In the halls of power where dragons gathered to plan their response to the unprecedented threat, debates raged with an intensity that matched the storms brewing outside their ancient strongholds. The great worms who had slumbered through centuries of unchallenged dominion now found themselves forced to confront a reality they had never imagined possible. A mortal had risen to challenge them not through cunning or trickery, but through the mastery of powers that should have remained forever beyond the reach of any being born of flesh and blood. The discussions that echoed through these halls revealed the depth of the crisis facing dragonkind. Some of the assembled worms advocated for immediate and overwhelming force, arguing that Miraak should be destroyed before his influence could spread further among the mortal populations. They spoke of ancient precedents, of rebellions crushed in their infancy through decisive action, of the importance of maintaining the fear that kept lesser beings in their proper place. Yet others among the gathered dragons recognized that this threat was unlike any they had faced before. The traditional methods that had served them so well throughout the ages would prove insufficient against an opponent who could absorb their very essence and turn their own power against them. These voices called for new strategies, for approaches that acknowledged the fundamental change in the nature of their conflict. The most troubling aspect of their situation was the growing evidence that Miraak's power continued to expand with each passing day. Reports reached them from across the northern territories of impossible feats accomplished by the First Dragonborn and his followers. Entire mountains had been moved through the application of Thuum techniques that no dragon had ever conceived. Storms had been called forth from clear skies and dismissed with a word. Time itself seemed to bend around Miraak's presence, allowing him to appear in multiple locations simultaneously. These accounts strained the credulity of even the most ancient dragons, beings who had witnessed the birth of civilizations and the rise and fall of empires. Yet the evidence was undeniable, corroborated by multiple sources and confirmed through magical means that could not be deceived. Miraak had transcended the boundaries that normally constrained mortal beings, becoming something that existed partially outside the normal flow of existence. The implications of this transformation extended far beyond the immediate threat to draconic supremacy. If Miraak could achieve such power through his bargains with Hermaeus Mora, what did that mean for the stability of reality itself? The dragons had always prided themselves on their understanding of the cosmic order, their role as guardians of the balance between creation and destruction. Now they found themselves confronting forces that operated according to principles they had never encountered. In the depths of their most sacred vaults, the dragons began to consult texts and artifacts that had remained untouched for millennia. These ancient repositories of knowledge contained warnings about the dangers of trafficking with the Daedric princes, particularly those whose spheres of influence touched upon the fundamental nature of existence. The records spoke of civilizations that had vanished overnight after their leaders sought power from sources beyond the mortal realm, of entire species that had been consumed by forces they thought they could control. The parallels to Miraak's situation were unmistakable, yet the dragons also recognized that their enemy had progressed far beyond the point where such warnings might have saved him. He had already crossed thresholds that could not be uncrossed, made bargains that could not be unmade. The question now was not whether he could be turned from his path, but whether he could be stopped before his actions brought about consequences that would affect all life in the world. Meanwhile, in the mortal settlements scattered across the frozen landscape, word of the growing conflict spread like wildfire through whispered conversations and clandestine gatherings. The common folk who had lived their entire lives under the shadow of draconic rule found themselves caught between forces they could barely comprehend. Some saw in Miraak a champion who would finally free them from centuries of oppression, while others feared that his rebellion would bring down the fury of the dragons upon innocent heads. The effects of this uncertainty were visible in every aspect of daily life. Trade routes that had remained stable for generations became treacherous as merchants feared to travel through territories where loyalties were shifting. Farmers who had faithfully paid their tributes to the dragon cult now wondered whether such payments would protect them or mark them as collaborators in the eyes of Miraak's followers. Children who had been raised to revere the dragons as divine beings heard whispers that perhaps these gods were not as all-powerful as they had been taught. In the hidden schools where mortals gathered to learn the forbidden art of the Thuum, the atmosphere was electric with possibility and danger. The students who practiced these ancient techniques did so with the knowledge that discovery could mean death, yet they were driven by a hunger for the power that Miraak had shown to be within their reach. Each successful shout, each minor manipulation of reality through the power of voice, served as proof that the dragon's monopoly on such abilities was indeed breakable. The instructors at these clandestine academies found themselves in an increasingly difficult position. Many had learned their techniques through fragments of knowledge gleaned from ancient texts or passed down through oral tradition, but their understanding was incomplete and potentially dangerous. The Thuum was not merely a tool to be wielded, but a force that could reshape the wielder as much as the world around them. Without proper guidance, students risked not just discovery by the authorities, but corruption by powers they were not equipped to handle. Some of these hidden schools had managed to establish contact with Miraak's network of followers, receiving instruction and guidance from those who had been directly touched by the First Dragonborn's power. These connections brought both benefits and risks. For while they provided access to more advanced techniques, they also exposed the students to influences that went far beyond simple rebellion against draconic rule. The followers of Miraak who served as teachers and guides in these schools had themselves been transformed by their exposure to the alien knowledge flowing from Apocrypha. They spoke of visions that revealed the true nature of reality, of insights that transcended the limitations of mortal understanding. Yet those who listened carefully to their words might notice subtle changes in their manner of speaking, alterations in their patterns of thought that suggested influences from beyond the mortal realm. As winter deepened and the nights grew longer, strange phenomena began to manifest in regions where Miraak's influence was strongest. The aurora that danced across the northern skies took on patterns that seemed almost like writing, as if the very heavens were being inscribed with messages in an unknown tongue. Animals behaved in ways that defied their natural instincts, gathering in formations that resembled the symbolic representations found in ancient texts. Dreams became unusually vivid and often shared among multiple individuals, carrying visions of possible futures that filled some with hope and others with terror. These manifestations were not lost on the dragons, who recognized them as signs that the barriers between different realms of existence were beginning to weaken. The influence of Hermaeus Mora was seeping into the mortal world through the conduit that Miraak had become, bringing with it knowledge and perspectives that were never meant to exist in the realm of flesh and blood. The very stability of reality was being compromised by forces that operated according to principles utterly alien to the natural order. In response to these alarming developments, the most powerful dragons began to implement measures they had hoped never to use. Ancient wards that had been established in the earliest days of their dominion were strengthened and renewed. Magical barriers designed to contain otherworldly influences were activated for the first time in millennia. Dragons who had specialized in the most esoteric branches of magical knowledge emerged from their long isolation to contribute their expertise to the collective defense. Yet even as they worked to contain the spreading influence of alien forces, the dragons were forced to acknowledge that their traditional approach to governance was no longer viable. The rigid hierarchy that had served them so well for thousands of years was proving inadequate to address a threat that transcended conventional understanding. They needed new strategies, new alliances, and perhaps most difficult of all, new ways of thinking about their relationship with the mortal populations they had ruled for so long. The most progressive voices among the dragons began to advocate for reforms that would have been unthinkable just months earlier. They spoke of sharing knowledge with mortals rather than hoarding it, of establishing partnerships based on mutual benefit rather than simple dominance. Some even suggested that selected mortals should be trained in advanced Thuum techniques, creating a cadre of defenders who could stand against Miraak's corrupted followers. These proposals met with fierce resistance from traditionalist dragons, who viewed any dilution of their exclusive privileges as a betrayal of everything they had built. The debates that followed revealed deep philosophical divisions within dragon society, conflicts that had been suppressed for centuries but now threatened to tear their civilization apart just when unity was most needed. The irony of the situation was not lost on the more perceptive members of both sides. Miraak's rebellion, which had begun as a challenge to draconic supremacy, was forcing the dragons to confront the very issues that had given rise to that rebellion in the first place. The rigid caste system that had placed dragons at the apex of all existence was proving unable to adapt to changing circumstances, and the cost of that inflexibility might well be the destruction of everything they had sought to preserve. As the year approached its end and the longest night drew near, the forces gathering around Miraak and his opposition reached a state of tension that could not be sustained much longer. The First Dragonborn himself seemed to sense that the moment of ultimate confrontation was approaching, for his activities took on an increasingly desperate quality. The experiments conducted in the depths of his temple grew more extreme, the demands he placed upon his followers more severe, the risks he was willing to take in pursuit of ultimate power more reckless. In the alien halls of Apocrypha, Hermaeus Mora watched these developments with the patient interest of a being for whom time held no meaning. The Daedric prince had set in motion forces that would serve his purposes, regardless of which side ultimately prevailed in the coming conflict. Whether Miraak succeeded in his bid for godhood, or was destroyed by the dragons he had challenged, the Prince of Knowledge would benefit from the secrets revealed and the boundaries crossed in the course of their struggle. The mortal populations caught between these titanic forces could only wait and pray to whatever gods still listened, hoping that when the storm finally broke, something would remain of the world they had known. The Age of Dragons was ending, but what would replace it remained shrouded in uncertainty. The choices made in the coming days would echo through the centuries, shaping the destiny of all who called Tamriel home. In the depths of winter's embrace, as the world held its breath in anticipation of the chaos to come, the stage was set for a confrontation that would determine not just the fate of individual beings, but the very nature of reality itself. The First Dragonborn had challenged the order of creation, and now creation itself would respond with all the terrible power at its disposal. The confrontation that would define the fate of Tamriel began not with the clash of armies or the roar of dragons, but with a silence so profound that it seemed to swallow sound itself. In the pre-dawn hours of the winter solstice, when the veil between worlds grows thin and ancient powers stir in their eternal slumber, Miraak emerged from the deepest chambers of his temple, for what he knew would be the final time. The First Dragonborn had undergone a transformation so complete that those who had known him in his mortal days would have struggled to recognize the being he had become. His form still retained the basic shape of humanity, yet every aspect of his presence spoke of forces beyond mortal comprehension. When he walked, reality seemed to bend around his footsteps, leaving traces of otherworldly energy that would linger for years to come. When he spoke, his words carried harmonics that resonated not just through the air, but through the very fabric of existence itself. The mask he now wore was no longer the simple ceremonial piece that had once marked his status as a dragon priest. This new visage had been forged in the depths of Apocrypha from materials that existed only in the realm of pure knowledge. Its surface writhed with inscriptions that changed depending on the observer's perspective, showing different secrets to each mind that dared to look upon it. Through the eye holes, glimpses of infinite libraries could be seen, vast halls of learning that stretched beyond the boundaries of mortal imagination. His followers, those who had survived the transformations necessary to serve as conduits for his power, gathered in the courtyard of the temple as their master prepared to face the assembled might of dragonkind. These beings, no longer entirely mortal, yet not fully something else, moved with a synchronization that spoke of shared consciousness and unified purpose. Their eyes held depths that reflected knowledge of things beyond the normal scope of existence. And when they spoke, it was often in unison, their voices blending into harmonies that seemed to bypass language entirely. The temple itself had become something that defied architectural logic. Corridors that should have led to familiar chambers now opened onto vistas of Apocrypha, while rooms that had once contained simple furnishings now housed floating tomes and writhing tentacles of pure knowledge. The boundary between the mortal realm and the domain of Hermaeus Mora had become so thin within these walls that visitors often found themselves uncertain which reality they were experiencing. As Miraak stood in the center of this transformed space, he could feel the weight of destiny pressing upon him like a physical force. The visions he had experienced during his journeys through Hermaeus Mora's realm had shown him glimpses of this moment, fragments of possible futures that both exhilarated and terrified him. In some of these visions, he saw himself ascending to a godhood that transcended even the power of the Daedric princes. In others, he witnessed his own destruction at the hands of forces he had underestimated. The uncertainty of his fate gnawed at him, for one who had grown accustomed to seeing all possibilities laid bare before him. The knowledge he had gained through his bargains with Hermaeus Mora was vast beyond mortal comprehension, yet it came with blind spots that seemed to expand just when he needed clarity most. The Prince of Knowledge, it seemed, was not above keeping certain truths hidden, even from his most devoted servants. Outside the temple, the first signs of the approaching confrontation were beginning to manifest. The aurora that had danced across the northern skies for weeks now pulsed with an intensity that turned night into an alien twilight. The very air seemed to thicken with anticipation, carrying scents and sounds from distant realms that had never before touched the mortal world. Animals fled the region in great migrations, driven by instincts that warned them of approaching catastrophe. The dragons, marshalling their forces for what they knew would be the battle of their age, had gathered in numbers not seen since the earliest days of their dominion. Ancient worms, who had not stirred from their lairs in centuries, emerged to join their kin, bringing with them knowledge and abilities that had been forgotten by the younger generations. The sky itself seemed to darken under the weight of their presence, as hundreds of the great beasts took flight in formations that had not been used since the wars of creation. Leading this unprecedented assembly was Alduin himself, though the World Eater's true identity remained hidden from all but the most ancient of his kind. To the lesser dragons, he appeared as simply another powerful worm, albeit one whose authority none dared to question. The great black dragon had recognized in Miraak a threat that went beyond simple rebellion against draconic rule. The First Dragonborn's growing connection to forces outside the normal order of existence represented a wildcard that could disrupt plans spanning eons. The strategy that the dragons had developed for confronting Miraak reflected their understanding that traditional approaches would prove insufficient. Rather than relying solely on brute force or individual prowess, they had organized themselves into coordinated groups that could combine their Thu'um in ways that amplified their collective power. Ancient techniques that had been developed during the earliest conflicts with the Aedra were adapted for use against this new enemy. Yet even as they prepared for battle, many of the assembled dragons harbored doubts about their chances of success. The reports they had received about Miraak's capabilities suggested abilities that transcended normal understanding of what was possible. His mastery of temporal manipulation, his ability to exist in multiple locations simultaneously, and most troubling of all, his capacity to absorb and redirect draconic power made him an opponent unlike any they had faced before. The mortal populations caught between these gathering forces found themselves in an impossible situation. Those who had thrown their support behind Miraak now faced the prospect of draconic retribution should their champion fail. Those who had remained loyal to the established order feared that their faithfulness would be meaningless if the First Dragonborn succeeded in overthrowing the dragons entirely. Many simply fled, abandoning their homes and possessions in a desperate attempt to escape the coming storm. Yet not all mortals chose flight in the face of approaching catastrophe. In hidden strongholds throughout the northern territories, groups of men and women who had learned the Thu'um through Miraak's teachings prepared to stand alongside their liberator. These individuals, transformed by their exposure to knowledge from Apocrypha, possessed abilities that would have been considered miraculous just months earlier. They could manipulate weather patterns with their voices, bend light and shadow to their will, and in some cases, even step briefly outside the normal flow of time. The training that these mortal followers had undergone was unlike anything that had been attempted before in the history of Tamriel. Traditional methods of learning the Thu'um required years of meditation and study, gradually building understanding through careful practice and philosophical contemplation. Miraak's techniques, however, allowed for the direct implantation of knowledge and ability into willing minds, bypassing the normal constraints of mortal learning. This accelerated education came at a price that many of the recipients did not fully understand. The knowledge they gained was not purely their own, but was contaminated with influences from Hermaeus Mora's realm. Each technique they mastered created a connection to Apocrypha, making them increasingly susceptible to the Daedric Prince's influence. Over time, these connections would grow stronger, gradually subordinating their individual wills to the collective consciousness that Mora was building across multiple realms. The network of minds that resulted from this process created a form of communication that transcended normal language and distance. Miraak's followers could share thoughts and experiences instantaneously across vast distances, allowing for coordination and planning on a scale that would have been impossible through conventional means. Yet this same network also served as a conduit through which alien influences could spread, gradually altering the fundamental nature of those who participated in it. As the winter solstice approached and the moment of confrontation drew near, strange phenomena began to manifest throughout the northern regions with increasing frequency. The boundary between the mortal world and Apocrypha continued to weaken, allowing glimpses of the Daedric Prince's realm to bleed through into normal reality. Books appeared in places where no books should exist, their pages filled with text that changed depending on who read it. Tentacles of pure knowledge writhed through the air in remote locations, serving as conduits for information that flowed between realms. These manifestations were not random occurrences, but part of a larger pattern that Hermaeus Mora was weaving across the fabric of existence. The Prince of Knowledge had recognized that the conflict between Miraak and the dragons represented an opportunity to expand his influence into the mortal realm on an unprecedented scale. Regardless of which side ultimately prevailed, The secrets revealed and the boundaries crossed during their struggle would serve his purposes. The Daedric Prince's long-term goals extended far beyond simple knowledge gathering. He sought to create a state of existence where all information flowed through his realm, where every secret discovered and every truth revealed would ultimately serve to strengthen his dominion over the concept of knowledge itself. The network of minds that he was building through Miraak's followers represented just the first step in this vast undertaking. In the highest towers of his transformed temple, Miraak conducted final preparations for the confrontation that would determine his fate. The rituals he performed during these last hours pushed the boundaries of what was possible, even with the vast knowledge at his disposal. He sought to create backup plans and contingencies that would ensure his survival regardless of the battle's outcome, techniques that would allow him to persist even if his physical form was destroyed. These desperate measures required him to fragment his consciousness across multiple vessels, creating versions of himself that existed in different states of reality. Some of these fragments were hidden in objects of power scattered throughout his temple, while others were concealed within the minds of his most devoted followers. The process was agonizing, for it required him to divide not just his power, but his very sense of self, creating multiple versions of his identity that might conflict with each other in unpredictable ways. The strain of these preparations began to take its toll on Miraak's ability to perceive reality clearly. The multiple timelines he had learned to observe began to blur together, creating confusion about which events were actually occurring and which were merely possibilities. His conversations with his followers took on an increasingly disjointed quality, as he responded to questions they had not asked and referenced events that had not yet happened. Yet even in his increasingly fractured state, Miraak's power continued to grow. Each ritual he completed, each boundary he crossed, added new dimensions to his abilities while also deepening his connection to forces beyond mortal comprehension. He could now perceive the threads of fate that connected all living beings, see the patterns of cause and effect that shape the flow of history, and in some cases, even manipulate these fundamental forces to serve his purposes. The dragons, observing these developments through their own networks of magical surveillance, realized that they were running out of time to act. Every day that passed saw Miraak grow stronger and more dangerous, while also making him less recognizably the being they had originally set out to oppose. The priest who had once served in their temples was disappearing entirely, replaced by something that existed partially outside the normal boundaries of existence. In their final council before the assault began, the assembled dragons made decisions that would have been unthinkable just months earlier. They agreed to share their most closely guarded secrets with each other, pooling knowledge that had been accumulated over millennia of individual study. They established emergency protocols for evacuating mortal populations should the battle go badly, acknowledging for the first time their responsibility to protect those they had long viewed as mere subjects. Most significantly, they agreed to accept assistance from sources they had previously scorned. Mortal mages who had studied the Thuum through traditional means were invited to join their forces, bringing perspectives and techniques that could complement draconic abilities. Even some of the Aedra, those divine beings who had sacrificed themselves to create the mortal world, began to take a more active interest in the conflict, recognizing that its outcome could affect the stability of existence itself. These unprecedented alliances reflected the dragons' growing understanding that the threat they faced transcended traditional categories of conflict. This was not simply a rebellion to be suppressed or a rival to be defeated, but a challenge to the fundamental order of reality itself. If Miraak succeeded in his ultimate goals, the world they had known for millennia would cease to exist, replaced by something shaped entirely according to his will and the alien principles he had absorbed from Apocrypha. As the longest night of the year began and the forces of order and chaos prepared for their final confrontation, the stage was set for a battle that would determine not just the fate of individual beings, but the very nature of existence in Tamriel. The First Dragonborn stood ready to claim his destiny, while the dragons marshaled their ancient power for what they knew would be the fight of their immortal lives. In the depths of Apocrypha, Hermaeus Mora watched these preparations with the patience of a being for whom time held no meaning. The Daedric prince had set in motion forces that would serve his purposes regardless of the battle's outcome. Yet even he could not predict all the consequences of the chaos about to unfold. The barriers between realms were weakening, ancient powers were stirring, and the very foundations of reality trembled beneath the weight of approaching destiny. The world held its breath as the final act of this cosmic drama prepared to begin, knowing that when the sun rose again, if it rose at all, nothing would ever be the same. The moment of confrontation arrived, not with fanfare or ceremony, but with the simple act of Miraak stepping beyond the threshold of his temple into the cold morning air. The First Dragonborn moved with deliberate purpose across the snow-covered courtyard, his transformed followers arranging themselves in formations that seemed to follow patterns visible only to minds touched by otherworldly knowledge. The very ground beneath their feet began to resonate with energies that had never before existed in the mortal realm. Above them, the sky darkened as the assembled might of dragonkind descended from the heights where they had been gathering their strength. The sight was both magnificent and terrifying. Hundreds of ancient beings whose wings blotted out what little light penetrated the winter clouds. Their forms cast shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own, and the sound of their approach was like thunder that rolled across the landscape without ever quite fading away. Alduin led this aerial host, though his true identity remained concealed behind the guise of simply another powerful worm. The World Eater had chosen his position carefully, understanding that the outcome of this battle would determine whether his own long-laid plans could proceed as intended. The great black dragon's eyes burned with an inner fire that spoke of knowledge accumulated across eons, and his presence seemed to stabilize the very fabric of reality around him. As the two forces drew closer, the air itself began to change. The temperature dropped beyond what even the harshest winter could explain, yet simultaneously, currents of alien warmth flowed through the atmosphere like rivers of invisible energy. The aurora overhead pulsed in rhythm with heartbeats that seemed to echo from multiple realms at once, creating a light show that painted the snow in colors that had no names in mortal tongues. Miraak raised his hands, and the mask that covered his face began to glow with an inner radiance that suggested depths beyond physical dimension. When he spoke, his voice carried across the distance, separating the two forces, without seeming to grow louder, as if the words themselves possessed the power to transcend normal limitations of sound and space. The language he used was a mixture of the dragon tongue and concepts drawn from Apocrypha, creating meanings that bypassed conventional understanding. The dragons responded with a coordinated display of their own power. Dozens of voices joined together in a thuum that shook the foundations of the island itself. Mountains trembled, the sea began to churn with unnatural fury, and cracks appeared in the ice that stretched for miles in all directions. Yet for all the raw force of their combined shout, the attack seemed to pass around Miraak as if he existed in a space slightly removed from normal reality. The First Dragonborn's counter-response demonstrated just how far his abilities had progressed beyond conventional understanding of the thuum. Rather than shouting back with greater volume or force, he spoke a single word that seemed to unravel the very concept of the dragon's attack. The sound waves that should have carried their power simply ceased to exist, leaving behind a silence so profound that it seemed to have weight and substance of its own. In that moment of absolute quiet, Miraak began to demonstrate techniques that defied everything the dragons thought they knew about the nature of power. He reached out with gestures that seemed to fold space around his fingers, bringing distant objects within his grasp without any apparent movement on their part. Time itself seemed to slow and accelerate around him in patterns that followed no natural rhythm, creating zones where moments stretched into hours while seconds elsewhere compressed into instantaneous change. The dragons, witnessing abilities that transcended their understanding of what should be possible, began to realize that they faced an opponent who had moved beyond the normal categories of existence. This was no longer simply a mortal who had learned to wield the Thu'um, but something that operated according to principles drawn from realms where different laws of reality held sway. Alduin himself took the lead in adapting to this unprecedented situation. The World Eater's vast experience with cosmic forces allowed him to recognize patterns in Miraak's techniques that lesser dragons might miss. He began to coordinate responses that worked not by opposing the First Dragonborn's power directly, but by manipulating the underlying structures that his abilities relied upon. The battle that followed defied description in conventional terms. It was fought not just with fire and claw and the power of voices, but with concepts and possibilities and the fundamental forces that shaped existence itself. Reality became fluid around the combatants, with landscapes shifting between multiple states of being and time flowing in directions that had no relation to normal causality. Miraak's followers, those mortals who had been transformed by their exposure to knowledge from Apocrypha, found themselves serving as conduits through which their master could channel power across vast distances. Their minds, already altered by alien influences, became focal points for energies that allowed the First Dragonborn to strike at targets far beyond his physical reach. Through their shared consciousness, he could perceive the battle from multiple perspectives simultaneously, gaining tactical advantages that would have been impossible for any single being to achieve. Yet the dragons possessed their own advantages that became apparent as the conflict progressed. Their ancient unity, forged through millennia of shared experience and common purpose, allowed them to coordinate their efforts in ways that transcended individual capability. When one dragon fell back exhausted from channeling power beyond its normal limits, another would seamlessly take its place, maintaining a constant pressure that prevented Miraak from consolidating his gains. The transformation of the battlefield itself became one of the most unsettling aspects of the confrontation. The island of Solstheim began to exhibit characteristics that suggested influence from multiple realms of existence. Forests of crystallized knowledge sprouted from the frozen ground, their branches bearing fruit that contained compressed libraries of information. Rivers of liquid time flowed in directions that led not to the sea, but to distant moments in history. The mortal populations who had fled the region found themselves experiencing the effects of the battle, even at great distances. Dreams became shared experiences that transcended individual minds, carrying visions of the conflict that were sometimes more accurate than direct observation. Some mortals discovered that they could temporarily access abilities similar to those wielded by the combatants, though such power came with costs that were not immediately apparent. The dragon's strategy began to evolve as they gained understanding of how Miraak's abilities functioned. Rather than attempting to match his reality-altering techniques directly, they focused on maintaining stability in the fundamental structures that his power relied upon. By reinforcing the barriers between different realms and strengthening the natural laws that governed existence, they could limit the scope of his most devastating attacks. This approach required sacrifices that went beyond simple physical risk. Several of the eldest dragons willingly allowed themselves to be partially consumed by the forces they were trying to contain, accepting dissolution of their individual identities in order to become living anchors for the stability of reality itself. Their sacrifice created zones of normal existence within the chaos of the battlefield, providing rallying points around which their surviving kin could organize more effective resistance. Miraak, recognizing the threat that these stabilized zones posed to his efforts, began to focus his attacks on the dragons who were maintaining them. The techniques he employed for these assaults drew heavily on knowledge gained during his deepest explorations of Apocrypha, methods that attacked not just the physical forms of his enemies, but their very concepts of self and existence. The results were horrifying to witness. Dragons who had existed for thousands of years found their memories being rewritten, their personalities altered to serve Miraak's purposes. Some were transformed into extensions of his will, their ancient wisdom perverted to support goals that they would never have chosen to pursue. Others simply ceased to exist in any meaningful sense, their essence absorbed into the growing mass of power that the First Dragonborn was accumulating. Yet for every victory that Miraak achieved, the cost seemed to grow heavier. The fragments of his consciousness that he had scattered across multiple vessels began to develop conflicting goals and motivations. Some versions of himself sought to continue the battle to its ultimate conclusion, while others began to question whether the price of victory was worth paying. The internal conflicts that resulted from this fragmentation created vulnerabilities that the more perceptive dragons were quick to exploit. Alduin, drawing upon knowledge that predated the current cycle of existence, began to weave attacks that targeted these fractures in Miraak's identity. The World Eater's Thu'um carried harmonics that resonated with the deepest levels of consciousness, creating feedback loops that amplified the conflicts between different aspects of the First Dragonborn's divided self. The battle reached its climax as both sides exhausted their reserves of power and began to draw upon sources that would have consequences extending far beyond the immediate conflict. Miraak opened direct conduits to Apocrypha, allowing the full might of Hermaeus Mora's realm to flow through him, regardless of the cost to his sanity or identity. The dragons, in response, began to channel forces that touched upon the fundamental energies that had been used to create the world itself. The collision of these cosmic powers created effects that rippled across multiple realms of existence. In Apocrypha, vast libraries began to burn with fires that consumed knowledge itself, rather than simply the books that contained it. In the mortal world, the barriers between past and future began to weaken, creating temporal eddies where events from different eras occurred simultaneously. The Daedric princes themselves began to take notice of the conflict, recognizing that its outcome could affect the balance of power between all realms of existence. Some sought to intervene directly, while others worked through subtle influences that guided events toward conclusions that would serve their particular interests. The result was a complex web of competing manipulations that made it increasingly difficult for any of the primary combatants to predict the consequences of their actions. Hermaeus Mora, watching from the depths of his infinite libraries, began to realize that the situation was spiraling beyond even his ability to control. The Prince of Knowledge had anticipated that the conflict would serve his purposes, regardless of its outcome, but the forces being unleashed threatened to consume not just the combatants, but the very concept of knowledge itself. For perhaps the first time in his existence, the Daedric prince found himself uncertain about the wisdom of the path he had chosen. The turning point came when Miraak, driven by desperation and the growing chaos within his fragmented consciousness, attempted to perform a ritual that would merge all possible versions of himself into a single, omnipotent entity. The technique required him to simultaneously exist in multiple timelines, while maintaining perfect awareness of all possible outcomes, a feat that pushed even his enhanced abilities beyond their breaking point. The attempt created a cascade failure that began to unravel not just Miraak's carefully constructed power base, but the fundamental structures that held reality together in the region around the battle. The dragons, recognizing the existential threat that this represented, made the ultimate sacrifice. Led by Alduin himself, they began to channel their own life forces into a barrier that would contain the expanding chaos, accepting their own destruction to prevent the collapse of existence itself. The final moments of the battle were witnessed by few and understood by none. The energies involved transcended mortal comprehension, creating effects that could only be perceived as impressions and emotions rather than concrete events. What remained clear was that when the chaos finally subsided, Both Miraak and the majority of the dragons who had opposed him were gone, leaving behind only echoes of their presence and consequences that would shape the world for ages to come. The island of Solstheim bore the scars of their conflict for millennia afterward. Zones of altered reality persisted where the most intense fighting had occurred, creating regions where time flowed differently and the laws of physics held only tentative authority. The temple that had served as Miraak's stronghold remained, but it existed partially outside normal space, accessible only to those who possessed specific knowledge or were guided by forces beyond mortal understanding. In the aftermath of the battle, the surviving dragons found themselves facing a world that had been fundamentally changed by the conflict. The rigid hierarchy that had defined their society for thousands of years had been shattered, replaced by a recognition that cooperation and adaptation were essential for survival in a reality that no longer followed the old patterns. Many chose to enter the deep sleep that would preserve them until the world had stabilized enough for their ancient ways to have meaning again. The mortal populations who had been caught up in the conflict faced their own challenges in adjusting to the new reality. Those who had been touched by knowledge from Apocrypha found themselves carrying fragments of alien wisdom that would influence their thoughts and actions for the rest of their lives. Some became scholars and mystics, seeking to understand and contain the dangerous knowledge they had been exposed to. Others were driven mad by visions of truths that mortal minds were never meant to comprehend. The Thu'um itself was forever changed by the techniques that had been developed and demonstrated during the battle. The rigid forms that had characterized dragon shouts for millennia gave way to more fluid and adaptable approaches that reflected the lessons learned from Miraak's innovations. Yet this flexibility came with dangers, for the power to reshape reality through voice required wisdom and restraint that few mortals possessed. In the deepest vaults of Apocrypha, Hermaeus Mora began the long process of analyzing and cataloguing the knowledge that had been gained from the conflict. The prince had lost his most promising champion, but the secrets revealed during Miraak's rise and fall would serve his purposes for eons to come. The network of minds that had been created through the First Dragonborn's followers remained intact, providing the Daedric prince with unprecedented access to mortal consciousness and the potential for future manipulations. The legend of Miraak began to spread even before the full consequences of his defeat became apparent. To some, he was remembered as a liberator who had challenged the tyranny of dragons and paid the ultimate price for his courage. To others, he was a cautionary tale about the dangers of seeking power from sources beyond mortal understanding. The truth, as always, lay somewhere between these extremes, hidden beneath layers of interpretation and the inevitable distortions that time brings to all stories. The dragon priests who had served the cult before Miraak's rebellion found themselves in an impossible position. Their entire worldview had been built around the supremacy of dragons. Yet that supremacy had been challenged and found wanting. Some chose to preserve what they could of the old ways, maintaining temples and rituals in the hope that the dragons would one day return to reclaim their rightful place. Others embraced the changes that Miraak's rebellion had brought about, seeking to forge new relationships between mortals and the forces that shaped their world. The masks that had been worn by the dragon priests became objects of particular significance in the years following the conflict. These artifacts, imbued with power and memory from the age of draconic rule, served as focal points for those who sought to understand or recreate the abilities that had been demonstrated during the Great Battle. Yet they also carried the risk of exposing their wielders to influences that had driven their previous owners to madness and obsession. The scholarly communities that emerged in the wake of these events devoted themselves to studying the fragments of knowledge that had been scattered by the conflict. They established secret societies and hidden libraries where dangerous texts could be preserved and studied under controlled conditions. These organizations would persist for centuries, passing down both wisdom and warnings to future generations who might face similar temptations. The influence of Apocrypha on the mortal world did not end with Miraak's defeat. The conduits that had been opened during the battle continued to leak alien knowledge and energy into reality, creating ongoing challenges for those who sought to maintain stability and order. Scholars and mages who worked to contain these influences often found themselves walking the same dangerous path that had led to the First Dragonborn's downfall, drawn by the promise of ultimate understanding into bargains that would cost them their humanity. The dragons who had survived the great battle carried with them memories and knowledge that would shape their interactions with mortals for generations to come. They had learned that cooperation could be more effective than domination, that wisdom could be found in unexpected places, and that the greatest threats often came not from external enemies, but from the corruption of power itself. These lessons would influence their decisions during the long sleep that many chose to enter, as they waited for a world that could once again support their ancient ways. The mortal heroes, who would later be remembered as the first true Dragonborn, drew inspiration from Miraak's story, though they often interpreted its lessons differently than their predecessor had. Where Miraak had sought to transcend the limitations of mortality through bargains with alien forces, later Dragonborn would find strength in accepting their dual nature, while remaining grounded in the mortal world that had given them life. The Thuum techniques that survived from Miraak's innovations became the foundation for traditions that would persist long after the direct memory of their creator had faded. The Greybeards, who would later establish their monastery on High Hrothgar, incorporated elements of his teachings into their philosophy, though they carefully avoided the more dangerous aspects that had led to his corruption. Their emphasis on wisdom, restraint, and the proper use of power reflected hard-won understanding of the prices that came with transcendent abilities. The island of Solstheim itself became a place of pilgrimage for those who sought to understand the deeper mysteries of the Thuum and the forces that shaped reality. The altered regions created by the Great Battle served as natural laboratories where scholars could study the effects of reality manipulation under controlled conditions. Yet these same areas also claimed the lives and sanity of many who ventured into them unprepared, serving as a constant reminder of the dangers inherent in seeking knowledge that mortals were never meant to possess. In the deepest chambers of what had once been Miraak's temple, artifacts and texts remained that contained fragments of the knowledge he had gained during his journeys through Apocrypha. These materials would occasionally surface in the collections of scholars and mages, bringing with them both tremendous potential and terrible risk. Those who studied them too closely often found themselves following the same path of obsession and gradual alienation from humanity that had marked their creator's downfall. The story of Miraak thus became more than simply a tale of one individual's rise and fall. It served as a foundational myth that helped define the relationship between mortals and the cosmic forces that surrounded them. It established precedents for how power should and should not be pursued, provided warnings about the seductive nature of forbidden knowledge, and offered hope that even the greatest failures could serve constructive purposes if their lessons were properly understood. As the centuries passed and the immediate memory of the Great Battle faded into legend, new generations would discover fragments of Miraak's story and interpret them according to their own needs and understanding. Some would see in his tale a justification for their own ambitions, while others would find in it the wisdom to avoid similar mistakes. The First Dragonborn had achieved a form of immortality that he had never intended, living on not through the transcendence he had sought, but through the lessons that his choices provided to those who came after. The echoes of his voice would continue to whisper through the ages, carried by the wind across the peaks of ancient mountains and the depths of forgotten valleys. In these whispers, those who knew how to listen could hear both the promise of power beyond imagination and the warning of the price that such power demanded. The story of Miraak, the first Dragonborn, had become woven into the very fabric of Tamriel's history, a tale that would never truly end, as long as mortals dreamed of transcending the limitations of their birth and reaching toward the realm of gods. And in the timeless halls of Apocrypha, where all knowledge eventually finds its way, Hermaeus Mora continued to weave new patterns from the threads that Miraak's story had provided. The Daedric prince's infinite patience allowed him to see possibilities that stretched across eons, and he knew that the seeds planted by the First Dragonborn's rise and fall would eventually bloom into new opportunities for expanding his influence across all realms of existence. The game that had begun with one mortal's hunger for knowledge would continue through countless generations, each new player unaware that they were following patterns established by their predecessors' choices. The legend lived on, whispered in the darkness by those who sought power, studied by those who sought wisdom, and remembered by those who understood that the greatest stories never truly end, but transform themselves into new chapters that each generation must write for itself. The ruins that remained after the great battle told their own story to those who possessed the wisdom to read the signs carved into stone and memory alike. In the deepest foundations of Miraak's temple, where the boundaries between realms had been worn thin by years of otherworldly influence, chambers existed that defied conventional understanding of space and architecture. These rooms seemed to exist in a state of constant flux, their walls shifting between the black stone of Solstheim and the impossible geometries that characterized the realm of Apocrypha. Within these transformed spaces, artifacts of immense power lay scattered like discarded toys from a child's game that had grown too dangerous to continue. Books bound in materials that had never existed in the mortal world contained text that rewrote itself depending on the reader's level of understanding. Masks carved from crystallized knowledge reflected not the face of the wearer, but glimpses of the secrets they carried within their minds. Weapons forged from concentrated Thu'um energy hummed with power that could reshape reality with a single spoken word. The survivors of Miraak's inner circle, those followers who had undergone the most complete transformation through exposure to forbidden knowledge, found themselves in a peculiar state of existence following their master's defeat. Neither fully mortal nor entirely something else, they wandered the world carrying fragments of cosmic understanding that made it impossible for them to relate to ordinary human concerns. Some sought isolation in remote monasteries and hidden sanctuaries, hoping that meditation and study might help them make sense of the alien thoughts that now filled their minds. Others chose a different path, becoming teachers and guides for those who showed potential for walking the dangerous line between mortal limitations and transcendent power. These self-appointed guardians established secret schools in places where the veil between worlds remained thin, passing down carefully edited versions of Miraak's techniques to students who demonstrated both ability and wisdom. The lessons they taught emphasized restraint and caution, for they had witnessed firsthand the consequences of allowing ambition to outpace understanding. The knowledge they preserved was fragmentary and often contradictory, reflecting the chaotic nature of its origins. Some texts spoke of Thu'um combinations that could bend time and space, while others warned of the madness that inevitably followed such attempts. Certain techniques were described in multiple versions, each claiming to be the true method while contradicting the others in fundamental ways. This confusion was not accidental, but reflected the alien nature of the source from which the knowledge had been drawn. In the courts of kings and the halls of scholars, debates raged about the proper interpretation of the events that had shaken the world. Some argued that Miraak had been a hero whose sacrifice had freed mortals from the tyranny of dragons, while others maintained that he had been a cautionary example of the dangers inherent in seeking power beyond one's station. Religious leaders struggled to incorporate his story into existing theological frameworks, while philosophers questioned what his rise and fall revealed about the nature of consciousness and identity. The dragon cult itself underwent a transformation that reflected the changed relationship between mortals and their former draconic masters. The rigid hierarchy that had characterized the organization for millennia gave way to more flexible structures that acknowledged the potential for mortals to achieve their own forms of transcendence. New rituals were developed that honored both the ancient wisdom of dragons and the innovative techniques that had emerged from Miraak's experiments. Yet not all of these changes were welcomed by those who had devoted their lives to serving the established order. Conservative factions within the cult viewed any deviation from traditional practices as heresy, leading to schisms that would persist for centuries. Some groups retreated to remote locations where they could preserve the old ways without interference, while others actively opposed the reforms by any means necessary. The masks that had been worn by the dragon priests became focal points for these conflicts. Each artifact carried within it the accumulated knowledge and experience of its previous wearers, making them invaluable repositories of both wisdom and power. Those who donned these masks found their consciousness expanded in ways that could be either enlightening or overwhelming, depending on their preparation and natural resilience. The most powerful of these artifacts was the mask that Miraak himself had worn during his final transformation. This relic, forged from materials that existed only in the realm of pure knowledge, contained fragments of every secret he had learned during his journeys through Apocrypha. Yet it also carried the corruption that had ultimately destroyed him, making it both the most valuable and most dangerous of all the surviving relics. Multiple expeditions were mounted to recover this artifact from the ruins of Miraak's temple, but few of the participants returned, and those who did often bore signs of exposure to forces that had left permanent marks on their minds and souls. The mask seemed to defend itself against unworthy claimants, subjecting them to visions and trials that tested not just their power, but their fundamental understanding of what they sought to achieve. Meanwhile, the broader consequences of the Great Battle continued to ripple outward through the fabric of reality itself. The techniques that Miraak had developed for manipulating time and space had left permanent alterations in the cosmic structure that governed existence. Scholars who studied these effects discovered that certain locations now served as nexus points where multiple timelines intersected, creating opportunities for those with sufficient knowledge to observe or even influence events across different possibilities. These temporal anomalies became sites of intense study and occasionally dangerous experimentation. Mages and philosophers gathered at these locations to conduct research that would have been impossible under normal circumstances, using the altered flow of time to compress decades of work into much shorter periods. Yet such opportunities came with significant risks, for prolonged exposure to temporal distortions could fragment consciousness in ways similar to what Miraak had experienced during his final days. The Thuum itself evolved in response to the innovations that had emerged from the conflict. Traditional dragon shouts, which had remained largely unchanged for millennia, began to incorporate elements of the more flexible techniques that Miraak had pioneered. Students of the voice discovered that they could combine shouts in new ways, creating effects that transcended the original limitations of individual techniques. This evolution was not without controversy, as purists argued that such innovations violated the sacred nature of the dragon language. They maintained that the Thuum was a divine gift that should not be altered by mortal ambition, regardless of the potential benefits such changes might provide. These debates often became heated, leading to formal competitions where traditionalists and innovators could demonstrate the effectiveness of their respective approaches. The results of these contests were mixed, with neither side achieving clear dominance. Traditional techniques proved more reliable and predictable, while innovative approaches offered greater flexibility and power at the cost of increased risk. Over time, most practitioners learned to incorporate elements of both philosophies, using traditional methods as a foundation while experimenting carefully with newer techniques. The island of Solstheim itself became a living monument to the events that had taken place there. The landscape bore permanent scars from the reality-altering forces that had been unleashed during the battle, creating regions where the normal laws of physics held only tentative authority. Travelers who ventured into these areas reported experiences that defied rational explanation, conversations with beings who claimed to be from different time periods, landscapes that changed based on the observer's expectations, and encounters with creatures that seemed to be composed of pure knowledge rather than flesh and blood. These anomalous regions attracted scholars, mystics, and adventurers from across Tamriel, each seeking to understand or exploit the unique properties that characterized them. Some established permanent research stations where they could study the effects under controlled conditions, while others preferred to make brief expeditions that minimized their exposure to potentially dangerous influences. The native population of Solstheim found their lives fundamentally altered by the presence of these reality-distorted zones. Generations that had lived in harmony with the island's harsh but predictable environment now had to adapt to conditions that could change without warning. Some embraced these changes, learning to navigate the altered landscape and even drawing benefits from its unique properties. Others fled to more stable regions, abandoning homes that had been in their families for centuries. The few survivors among Miraak's most devoted followers became living bridges between the mortal world and the alien realm of Apocrypha. Their transformed consciousness allowed them to perceive patterns and connections that remained invisible to ordinary minds, making them valuable guides for those who sought to understand the deeper mysteries of existence. Yet their altered nature also made them fundamentally different from the people they had once been, creating a sense of isolation that few could truly comprehend. These individuals often served as oracles and advisors to rulers and scholars who sought insights into the cosmic forces that shaped their world. Their prophecies were valued for their accuracy, though the cryptic nature of their communications often made interpretation difficult. They spoke in metaphors and symbols drawn from realms of experience that had no equivalent in normal human consciousness, requiring listeners to develop new forms of understanding in order to grasp the meanings behind their words. The children born to those who had been exposed to knowledge from Apocrypha displayed unusual characteristics that set them apart from their peers. Some showed an intuitive understanding of complex philosophical concepts that should have been beyond their years, while others demonstrated abilities that suggested natural talent for manipulating the Thu'um. These gifted individuals became the focus of intense interest from scholars and mystics, who hoped to understand how the exposure to otherworldly influences might be passed from one generation to the next. Educational institutions emerged that were specifically designed to nurture and guide these exceptional children. The curriculum at these schools combined traditional academic subjects with carefully supervised exposure to the techniques that had been developed during Miraak's era. Students learned not just how to use these abilities, but when and why they should refrain from using them, recognizing that power without wisdom inevitably led to corruption. The graduates of these programs became a new generation of scholars and practitioners who carried forward the lessons learned from Miraak's rise and fall. They established research centers and libraries where dangerous knowledge could be studied under controlled conditions, always mindful of the need to balance the pursuit of understanding with the preservation of sanity and humanity. In the deepest archives of these institutions, carefully guarded texts preserved accounts of the techniques that Miraak had developed during his explorations of Apocrypha. These documents were considered so dangerous that access to them was restricted to only the most experienced scholars, and even then, only under conditions that minimized the risk of corruption. The knowledge they contained was fragmentary and often contradictory, reflecting the chaotic nature of its origins and the mental state of its original recorder. The influence of these preserved teachings extended far beyond the academic institutions that housed them. Fragments of Miraak's techniques found their way into the practices of various mystical traditions, often in forms so altered and diluted that their origins were no longer recognizable. Folk remedies incorporated elements of Thu'um theory, while religious rituals adapted concepts drawn from the study of consciousness and identity. The legacy of the First Dragonborn thus became woven into the very fabric of civilized society, influencing developments in fields ranging from medicine to architecture. Buildings were designed according to principles that took into account the flow of cosmic energies, while healing practices incorporated understanding of how consciousness could be used to influence physical reality. These applications were generally safe and beneficial, representing the positive aspects of the knowledge that Miraak had died to obtain. Yet alongside these constructive developments, darker currents also flowed through the channels that his story had carved into the collective consciousness of the world. Secret societies emerged that sought to recreate his most dangerous experiments, believing that they could succeed where he had failed. These groups often attracted individuals who had been marginalized by conventional society, offering them the promise of power and recognition in exchange for their loyalty and devotion. The activities of these cults posed ongoing challenges for the authorities who sought to maintain order and stability. Their members often possessed abilities that made them difficult to capture or contain, while their secretive nature made it hard to predict where they might strike next. Some groups focused on scholarly pursuits, seeking to unlock the secrets of reality through careful study and experimentation. Others were more militant, viewing themselves as the inheritors of Miraak's revolutionary mission to overthrow the established order. The most dangerous of these organizations were those that had managed to establish direct contact with Hermaeus Mora himself. The Daedric prince, ever eager to expand his influence in the mortal realm, provided these groups with knowledge and power that far exceeded what they could have achieved through their own efforts. Yet such bargains inevitably came with prices that the recipients rarely understood until it was too late to withdraw from the agreements they had made. The pattern that emerged from these developments was eerily similar to the cycle that had led to Miraak's own downfall. Ambitious individuals would seek power from sources beyond mortal understanding, achieve remarkable abilities through alien knowledge, and then find themselves trapped by the very forces they had thought to control. The story repeated itself with variations across the centuries, each iteration serving as both a warning and an inspiration to those who came after. In the halls of power, where kings and emperors made decisions that affected millions of lives, the lessons of Miraak's story influenced policies and strategies in subtle but significant ways. Rulers learned to be wary of advisors who claimed access to secret knowledge, recognizing that such claims might mask dangerous alien influences. Military commanders studied accounts of the Great Battle to understand how reality-altering abilities might be countered or contained. The diplomatic protocols that governed interactions between different nations began to include provisions for dealing with individuals who possessed transcendent abilities. Treaties were crafted that established procedures for containing threats that operated beyond conventional understanding, while trade agreements included clauses that restricted the exchange of certain types of knowledge and artifacts. These institutional responses reflected a growing awareness that the world had been fundamentally changed by the events surrounding Miraak's rise and fall. The comfortable certainties that had characterized earlier ages had been replaced by a more complex understanding of the forces that shaped existence. Leaders who ignored these realities did so at their own peril, for the consequences of underestimating transcendent threats had been demonstrated with devastating clarity. The religious communities that served the various faiths practiced throughout Tamriel found themselves grappling with theological questions that had never before required serious consideration. If mortals could achieve godlike power through bargains with alien entities, what did that mean for traditional concepts of divine authority? How should the faithful respond to individuals who claim to speak with the voice of cosmic truth? These debates led to new forms of religious expression that attempted to incorporate the expanded understanding of reality that Miraak's story had revealed. Some denominations embraced the idea that mortals were capable of transcendence, viewing the First Dragonborn as a pioneering figure who had shown the way towards spiritual evolution. Others rejected such concepts as dangerous heresies that threatened the fundamental order upon which their beliefs were based. The tensions between these opposing viewpoints sometimes erupted into open conflict, leading to religious wars that lasted for decades and claimed countless lives. The artistic communities that recorded and transmitted cultural knowledge through various forms of expression found themselves with new subjects and themes to explore. Epic poems were composed that attempted to capture the cosmic scope of the great battle, while painters created works that sought to visualize the reality-altering forces that had been unleashed. Musicians developed new forms of composition that incorporated elements of the Thuum, creating performances that could literally reshape the emotional states of their audiences. These artistic innovations were not without risk, as some creators became so immersed in their attempts to channel transcendent themes that they lost touch with their own humanity. Studios and workshops became sites of strange phenomena as artists pushed the boundaries of what their mediums could express, sometimes achieving effects that transcended normal aesthetic experience at the cost of their sanity or identity. The merchants and traders who facilitated the exchange of goods and services throughout the known world found their activities complicated by the new realities that had emerged from Miraak's legacy. Certain types of knowledge and artifacts were now considered too dangerous for unrestricted trade, leading to the development of specialized markets that operated under strict regulations. Black market networks emerged to serve those willing to pay premium prices for access to forbidden materials, creating ongoing challenges for the authorities who sought to control such commerce. The transportation systems that connected distant regions had to be redesigned to account for areas where space and time no longer followed predictable patterns. Maps were redrawn to indicate zones where conventional navigation techniques might fail, while new forms of guidance were developed that could function in reality-distorted environments. Travelers learned to carry protective amulets and follow specific rituals that would help them maintain their sense of identity when passing through regions influenced by otherworldly forces. The agricultural communities that fed the growing populations of the various kingdoms discovered that crops grown in areas affected by temporal anomalies exhibited unusual properties. Some plants matured in a fraction of their normal time, while others seemed to exist in multiple stages of growth simultaneously. These phenomena created opportunities for increased food production, but also required new techniques for harvesting and processing that took into account the altered nature of the affected crops. Medical practitioners found themselves dealing with conditions that had never been documented in traditional texts. Patients who had been exposed to knowledge from Apocrypha sometimes developed symptoms that defied conventional diagnosis, requiring treatments that combined physical medicine with techniques for addressing consciousness-related disorders. New schools of healing emerged that specialized in treating the after-effects of transcendent experiences, developing approaches that could help individuals integrate alien knowledge without losing their essential humanity. The legal systems that maintained order within civilized society had to evolve to address crimes and disputes that involved reality-altering abilities. Courts established special procedures for cases where witnesses might have experienced events differently due to temporal distortions, while laws were written that attempted to regulate the use of Thuum techniques in civilian contexts. These developments required judges and lawyers to develop understanding of concepts that had previously been the exclusive domain of scholars and mystics. Prison systems designed to contain individuals with transcendent abilities posed particular challenges, as conventional restraints were often ineffective against those who could manipulate the fundamental forces of existence. New forms of incarceration were developed that relied on reality-stabilizing fields and consciousness-dampening techniques, though the ethical implications of such methods remained subjects of ongoing debate. The military organizations that defended the various kingdoms against external threats underwent comprehensive reorganization to address the new types of warfare that had become possible. Traditional tactics that relied on conventional weapons and strategies were supplemented with approaches that took into account reality-altering abilities. Specialized units were formed that trained specifically to counter transcendent threats, while intelligence services developed new methods for detecting and tracking individuals who possessed dangerous knowledge. The economic systems that facilitated trade and commerce had to adapt to markets where certain types of knowledge and ability commanded prices that could destabilize entire regions. Currency systems were modified to account for forms of value that transcended material wealth, while banking institutions developed new procedures for handling transactions that involved otherworldly assets. The educational systems that prepared young people for adult life in this transformed world faced the challenge of providing students with knowledge that would help them navigate reality's expanded possibilities while protecting them from corruption by forces they were not equipped to handle. Curricula were developed that included basic instruction in recognizing and responding to transcendent phenomena, while advanced courses were created for those who showed aptitude for more specialized study. The story of Miraak, the first Dragonborn, had thus become more than simply a tale of one individual's rise and fall. It had evolved into a foundational myth that helped define the relationship between mortals and the cosmic forces that surrounded them, providing both inspiration and warning to countless generations who would face their own choices about how far they were willing to go in pursuit of power and knowledge. The final chapter of Miraak's tale speaks not of endings, but of transformations that echo through eternity. In the years that followed the Great Battle, as the survivors struggled to rebuild their world from the fragments left behind, they began to understand that some stories transcend the boundaries of time and memory, becoming something far greater than the sum of their parts. The dreams came first, whispered fragments that drifted through the minds of those who slept beneath the northern stars. Children born long after the conflict would wake with visions of impossible libraries and masked figures walking through halls that existed beyond the reach of mortal architecture. Scholars who had never heard the name Miraak found themselves drawing symbols in their margins that matched inscriptions found in the deepest ruins of his temple. These nocturnal visitations were not random occurrences, but echoes of a consciousness that had been scattered across multiple realms of existence during those final, desperate moments. The first Dragonborn had achieved a form of immortality that bore no resemblance to his original ambitions, living on not as a unified entity, but as countless fragments embedded in the collective unconscious of all who possessed the potential for transcendence. The keepers of ancient wisdom recognized these signs for what they truly represented. In hidden chambers beneath the great libraries of Tamriel, they began to compile records of the phenomena that bore Miraak's signature. Each documented case revealed new aspects of his continuing influence, painting a picture of a presence that had become woven into the very fabric of possibility itself. The Thuum evolved in ways that reflected this scattered inheritance. Students of the voice discovered that certain combinations of words would produce effects that seemed to channel knowledge they had never learned, speaking with harmonics that resonated across dimensions they could not see. Masters who had devoted their lives to understanding the dragon language found themselves teaching techniques that emerged spontaneously from their students' unconscious understanding. These developments troubled the guardians of traditional knowledge, who recognized the patterns from ancient texts that spoke of entities whose influence persisted long after their physical destruction. They established new protocols for monitoring and containing such manifestations, understanding that the price of negligence could be the gradual transformation of their entire civilization into something unrecognizably alien. The island of Solstheim became a pilgrimage site for those who sought to understand the deeper mysteries of consciousness and identity. Travelers from across the known world made the dangerous journey to walk among the reality-scarred ruins, hoping to glimpse truths that remained hidden in more stable environments. Many returned with insights that advanced their fields of study by decades, while others came back changed in ways that their friends and families could never quite define. The temple that had served as Miraak's final stronghold remained the most dangerous and most valuable of these sites. Its chambers, existing partially outside normal space and time, contained artifacts and knowledge that could reshape entire branches of learning. Yet every expedition that ventured into its depths paid a price, leaving behind pieces of their humanity in exchange for understanding that mortal minds were never meant to possess. Among the treasures recovered from these expeditions were texts that revealed the true scope of Miraak's final vision. His attempts to merge all possible versions of himself had created a template for consciousness that transcended individual identity, a pattern that could be replicated by those with sufficient knowledge and will. These documents became the foundation for philosophical schools that sought to understand the nature of the self and its relationship to the cosmic forces that shaped existence. The practical applications of this knowledge proved both beneficial and dangerous. Healers learned to treat conditions that affected consciousness itself, while scholars developed techniques for preserving and transmitting knowledge in forms that transcended physical media. Yet the same principles that enabled these advances also made possible forms of manipulation and control that threatened the fundamental freedom of thought itself. The legacy of the First Dragonborn thus became a double-edged inheritance that each generation had to negotiate anew. His story served as both inspiration and warning, demonstrating the heights that mortals could reach, while also revealing the prices that such transcendence demanded. The choices made by those who encountered his influence would determine whether his legacy would serve to elevate or corrupt the civilizations that inherited his scattered knowledge. In the end, perhaps that was the most fitting monument to Miraak's memory. Not a statue or temple that would crumble with time, but a living challenge that would test the wisdom and character of every soul brave enough to seek power beyond the boundaries of mortality. His voice, scattered across the winds of possibility, would continue to whisper to those who possessed the courage to listen, offering knowledge that could transform the world or destroy it entirely. The whispers grew stronger as the centuries passed, carried on currents of wind that touched dreams and stirred memories that belonged to no living soul. In the deepest archives of the College of Winterhold, scholars working through the long northern nights would sometimes find their quills moving of their own accord, inscribing symbols that matched no known language, yet somehow conveyed meaning that bypassed rational thought entirely. These spontaneous writings spoke of techniques that pushed the boundaries of magical understanding, concepts that seemed to emerge from a source that existed beyond the reach of mortal inquiry. The Greybeards, those silent guardians of the Thuum who dwelt in their mountain monastery, began to notice changes in the very air around High Hrothgar. The ancient walls, which had stood for millennia as monuments to disciplined mastery of the voice, now resonated with harmonics that had not been heard since the Age of Dragons. Young pilgrims who climbed the 7,000 steps would arrive at the summit already knowing shouts they had never been taught, their voices carrying echoes of a teaching method that transcended traditional instruction. These phenomena did not go unnoticed by those who made it their business to monitor such things. The vigilance of Stendar, ever watchful for signs of Daedric influence, established new protocols for investigating reports of spontaneous knowledge acquisition. Their investigations revealed a pattern that stretched across all of Tamriel, a network of influence that seemed to operate according to principles that their traditional methods of detection could not fully grasp. The companions in Whiterun found that their newest members sometimes displayed fighting techniques that bore no resemblance to their training, movements that flowed with a precision that suggested understanding of combat principles that had been lost for generations. The College of Bards began collecting songs that emerged from the collective memory of their students, melodies that carried within them stories of power and sacrifice that no living composer had written. In the Dwemer ruins that dotted the landscape like scars from an earlier age, explorers discovered that certain mechanisms had begun operating again after centuries of silence. These ancient devices, designed by minds that had transcended mortal limitations through different means, seemed to recognize patterns in the ambient magical energy that corresponded to the scattered fragments of Miraak's consciousness. The automata that guarded these ruins spoke in mechanical voices that occasionally carried inflections that reminded listeners of the dragon language, though no one could explain how such programming could have emerged. The Dark Brotherhood, those masters of death who served the Night Mother's will, reported changes in their sacred rituals that defied explanation. Assassins who had devoted their lives to the art of killing found themselves possessed of knowledge that enhanced their abilities in ways that their training could not account for. The ancient techniques of murder and concealment evolved to incorporate elements that seemed drawn from a deeper understanding of how life and death interacted with the fundamental forces of existence. Even the Thieves' Guild, pragmatic practitioners of acquisition and redistribution, discovered that their members were developing skills that transcended traditional criminal expertise. Locks that should have been impossible to pick yielded to fingers that moved with unconscious knowledge of mechanisms that existed beyond the physical realm. Guards who should have detected intruders found their perceptions subtly altered by techniques that operated below the threshold of conscious awareness. The influence spread through society like ripples in a pond, touching lives in ways both subtle and profound. Blacksmiths found themselves forging weapons that incorporated principles they had never studied, creating blades that held edges longer than any metal should have been able to maintain. Farmers discovered that crops grown according to instinctive modifications of traditional methods yielded harvests that defied seasonal limitations. Mothers sang lullabies to their children that carried protective enchantments no mortal voice should have been able to weave. The temples of the 9 divines began to report miraculous healings that followed patterns unlike any documented in their extensive records. Priests who had devoted their lives to channeling divine power found their prayers answered in ways that suggested intervention from sources that operated according to different principles than those they had been taught to invoke. The faithful spoke of visions that revealed truths about the nature of divinity that challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between mortals and gods. In the deepest vaults beneath the imperial city, the Elder Council's most trusted advisors began to compile reports that painted a picture of systematic change occurring across all levels of society. These documents, classified at the highest levels of imperial security, revealed the scope of an influence that respected no boundaries of race, class, or profession. The pattern that emerged suggested an intelligence that was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, present in countless minds, yet unified by a purpose that transcended individual consciousness. The Sigic Order, those enigmatic masters of mysticism who dwelt on their hidden island of Artaeum, watched these developments with interest that bordered on alarm. Their understanding of the deeper currents that flowed beneath the surface of reality allowed them to perceive implications that others missed. In their sealed chambers, ancient mages who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations debated whether the emerging phenomenon represented evolution or corruption. Their deliberations were complicated by the undeniable benefits that accompanied the spreading influence. Magical techniques that had been lost for centuries began to resurface, taught by students who claimed no knowledge of where they had learned such arts. Scholarly pursuits advanced at rates that should have required generations of careful research. Medical knowledge expanded to encompass healing methods that addressed not just physical ailments, but conditions that affected the very essence of consciousness itself. Yet beneath these apparent improvements lay currents that troubled those who possessed the wisdom to recognize their true nature. The knowledge that spread so freely came with subtle alterations in the way recipients perceived reality itself. Language patterns shifted to accommodate concepts that had no equivalent in traditional thought. Social structures began to evolve in directions that favored those who possessed the ability to access and channel the new forms of understanding. The transformation was so gradual, so seemingly natural, that most of those affected never realized they were changing. Like swimmers carried by a gentle current, they found themselves in waters far from where they had begun, without ever noticing the moment when familiar shores had disappeared from view. The Miraak, who had once sought to reshape the world through force and direct confrontation, had evolved into something far more subtle and perhaps infinitely more dangerous. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the veil between sleeping and waking grows thin, sensitive individuals throughout Tamriel would sometimes catch glimpses of a figure standing at the edge of their perception. This presence wore no mask, carried no weapon, and spoke no words that could be remembered. upon waking. Yet its influence was unmistakable. A gentle pressure that guided thoughts toward new possibilities and opened doors to understanding that had previously remained closed. The First Dragonborn had achieved his ultimate victory, not through the conquest of reality, but through the conquest of possibility itself. His consciousness, scattered across infinite potential futures, had become a force of change that operated beyond the reach of conventional opposition. Every mind that touched his influence became a node in a vast network of transformation that stretched across time and space, carrying forward a vision of transcendence that would reshape the very meaning of mortal existence. And so the story continues, not as a tale with a clear beginning and end, but as an ongoing process of becoming that touches every soul brave enough to dream of something greater than the limitations of flesh and mortality. In dreams and visions, in moments of inspiration and flashes of impossible knowledge, the echo of Miraak's voice continues to whisper across the ages, offering power to those who possess the wisdom to wield it, and transformation to those who dare to embrace the infinite possibilities that lie hidden within the song of creation itself. The legend lives on, not in stone monuments or written histories, but in the ever-changing tapestry of consciousness that connects all thinking beings. Each generation discovers the story anew, interpreting its lessons according to their own needs and understanding, carrying forward the eternal dance between ambition and wisdom, power and responsibility that defines the relationship between mortals and the cosmic forces that shape their destiny. Relationship between mortals and the cosmic forces that shape their destiny.